Well, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Again, a rare sight for one last time until who knows when the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force here at Coningsby. And for how long, who knows? But looks like things are happening down on the main ASP. Welcome, my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our show. Our squadron leader will be on very shortly. Hope we're all good. Ted, you ready now, mate? It's Ted. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator for you here at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home, Ted HQ. And today the focus really is, it's all about the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force, as well as Luftwaffe Eurofighters as well. So things are looking good. We've also got Italian Air Force F-15J, the Aeronautica Militare, and of course we've got our F-15Js here. So welcome to the show. Now, I believe they're called the Flying Bears. They're part of, I think they're the 201st Squadron. And for those that are just tuned in, that's right, we've got F-15J. They are built under license, IHI Mitsubishi. That's the C-2 Kawasaki, the transport aircraft that we got as well. But the Japan Air Self-Defense Force, they've basically have been making history and completed the first fighter aircraft deployment to Europe in its 71-year history. And they arrived at RAF Coningsby, and they're part of the Atlantic Eagle mission. And it's a landmark achievement which strengthens the defence cooperation between the United Kingdom and Japan. And of course, let's not forget, we've got our own, very own RAF Coningsby's Typhoon FGR4s as well, and we have two F-15 fighter aircraft, and they were supported by KC-767s and KC-46As, and of course their transport aircraft, two C-2s. We do have one Kawasaki C-2 here to go. They are part of a Atlantic Eagle mission, which deployment includes bases such as the United States, Canada, which they've already done here, and Germany. This is all from the official Royal Air Force website. You're right there? It looks like they're all the ground crew on the F-15s there. So, hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And at the moment, currently, the runway is 25. The wind was kind of blowing a little bit to give us a easterly departures, but it's proven wrong. for now. Things can change. It's all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, as autumn is here. It's got nice crispy mornings. I do like them, don't get me wrong, and it's time to say goodbye to all the heat waves, right? Not the heat wave, sorry, the jelly created by heat haze, that's the one. So we just thought we'd start a little bit earlier than usual, same as yesterday. As things build up, people can get settled to tune in. You never know, might allow for the wind direction to change. So I'm just going to check now if it's stable.
They're due to be leaving around 10 o'clock to best estimate. Welcome back from
wind is kind of stabilised for runway 25 at the moment. So never mind, we'll have it. We'll have them coming towards us with the C-2, giving us a backdrop as well. And for those that are new, welcome to the show. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's show. It was again another classic from TED HQ. So a station that before its existence was surrounded by fighter stations during the Royal Flying Corps days. That's before the Royal Air Force. The Royal Flying Corps gave birth to many of our squadrons that are today. Activated on the 13th of April 1912, right up to the 1st of April 1918, when Sir Hugh Trenchard amalgamated the Royal Naval Air Service with the Royal Flying Corps. To become the Royal Air Force. There were several military airfields, as I showed you the diagram. I still have it with me. And Coningsby was not in existence till 1940. But before then, like I said, it was surrounded by, well, Lincolnshire as a county had 38 fighter stations that also included decoy airfields as well, and landing sites as well, to protect not only Britain but to also protect its own county from Zeppelin raids. It's just like RAF Marham did during the First World War against Zeppelin raids. Morning. All right.
Do you have any knowledge of timings today?
The word is between 9 and 10.
Oh right, okay, that's not too long to wait then, is it? Like I said, that's
well, there's loads of crew down at the F-15s.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot there now, so.
Right. Yeah, so It's a good sign.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Unless they're just fooling us.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Take care. Now, the legacy of the F-15 dates back all the way to 1972, when it took upon its first flight, an answer to, as we know from Lakenheath, an answer to not only a replacement to the F-100D Super Sabre, but also to keep up with a threat during the course of the Foxbat that was out, and that was breaking some records. But you've got to keep up with the Joneses when it comes to defence. The answer, the F-15 Eagle, took its first flight in 1972. A year later, almost exactly a year later, in the same month, was the TF-15A. It was changed. That was the two-seater, changed to the designated to the F-15B. But of course, there was also the C and D models as well, entered service in '79. The story behind the F-15J is something unique, especially to the Japan Defense Agency at the time, which is now their Ministry of Defense. And they needed a replacement for their F-104s and F-4EJ Phantom IIs. A single-seat F-15C along with the F-15D model as well, the twin-seat. They were evaluated for them, and it was in December 1975 the F-15 was announced to be their choice, their winner, so to speak. So, with intending to purchase, it was by 1978. It was Mitsubishi Heavy Industries were designated as the primary contractor, and licensing for the F-15C and D was achieved. So these are built under license through Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. And their designation is an F-15J. The twin-seater, the family version, is the F-15DJ. They do sweep because they have installed Pratt & Whitney engines in these. They are fitted with Pratt & Whitney's F-100. So if even the F-16s that are fitted with Pratt & Whitney's F-100 family, they're the 220, I believe. They do have the 100s as well, but they're around £25,000 of thrust with afterburner. Now these are under license under IHI Corporation. Again, max speed with these is in excess of Mach 2.5. Surface ceiling claimed at 66,000 feet. Thrust to weight a happy 1.12 as well. Quite amazing. Empty weight on these is 27,999, so call it 28,000 pounds empty. Now the F-35, just to give you an idea, is 29,000 pounds empty weight. The Typhoon is 24,000 pound empty weight, just to give you an idea. So these are quite nimble. Doesn't look like they've got conformal fuel tanks, does it? So a bit lighter. So operators, of course, are the Japan Air Self-Defense Force. They fly at Chitose Air Base, I hope I pronounced that right, the 2nd Air Wing, with the 201st Tactical Fighter Squadron. The 203rd Tactical Fighter Squadron. I think someone mentioned that they could potentially be 201st Tactical Fighter Squadron. They also fly at the 6th Air Wing at Komatsu Air Base with the 303rd and the 306th Tactical Fighter Squadrons. The 5th Air Wing at New Tabaru Air Base with the 202nd and the 305th Tactical Fighter Squadrons, along with the 9th Air Wing at Nahar Air Base with the 204th and 304th Tactical Fighter Squadrons. But someone did comment today that they are the 201st Tactical Fighter Squadron. And if that's the case, I believe their nickname are the Flying Bears. Which is pretty cool, isn't it? So, we'll have to have a look at that. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. They do appear, I was going to say they appear thinner. They are a little bit smaller, and Aspen, well done, well highlighted that they are smaller than the F-15E Strike Eagle. I think even the wingspan is just a few feet, maybe a few. The wingspan, they're a little bit shorter than the F-15E Strike Eagle. I don't know how correct that is from what I've got, because you know what the internet's like. It's not always right, but and we're looking at about 5-10 centimeters according to this. You've got 13.5. About 42 foot. I'll leave that one. I won't go into too much detail. Just looks a bit less. But the empty weight of what I can tell you, the empty weight is for sure 34,600 pounds on the F-15E Strike Eagle, whereas this is just 28,000. Yeah, I'm going to leave the. I think the diameters and the measurements seem to be the same. I think it's just the weight, by the look of it. I'll go with that. Although, if you go back in history, they will tell you, especially at the Vickers Armstrong factory, that one Wellington's wingspan was different to the next, being handmade like that. I can't imagine that happening today. Welcome to the show. Don't forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, as a in-stream checklist, please don't forget to hit that like button. You've been cleared. Touch and go on the like button. And if you haven't done so already, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Give it a low approach, just in case you haven't done so already. And pairs depart with the notification bell button as well. You don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. And as mentioned, we do on occasion start the stream early, like today. The car park is completely full capacity. Please be mindful today. Please park legally and sensibly and responsibly. The car park is completely full. If you are going to park at a lay-by or parking space that's genuinely legal, then please do so responsibly and legally. If not, there's a car park in town and it's just £2 all day. But if you are making your way here, there is no space. Literally, I don't think you can actually get in now. There you go. Enjoy.
lives in the film.
I think so. Yeah, the car park is full, ladies and teddy bears. Wow. Is that a sweep? I think we got a sweep. You are, man, yeah? You're good?
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi.
Good time, isn't it?
Yes.
That did not make us jump last night.
Oh, yeah, you would have gotten, what, 3:50 in the morning, was it? Yeah, the 4 AM wake up call. Yeah.
And again, about half 9 last night when I went off to Poland.
Oh yes, and of course we've also got the Luftwaffe, the F-15J Eurofighter. They're getting ready as well. Oh, is it Jen and Ben?
Jen and Ben.
Jen and Ben.
Jen and Ben.
Do we know how long? 8 years, Ben and Jen. Jen and Ben, and Ben and Jen. Yeah. Happy wedding anniversary. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Don't forget to support the channel. Give that like button a great push. Let's get this on. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby with the sound of F-15E Strike Eagles with their Pratt & Whitney F100 220s. I believe they're 220s. And we do have EJ200 engines starting up as well from the Luftwaffe's Eurofighter. I mean, just quickly, just have a little look at this panning. Look at this. I mean, it is fighter town. Look at this, fighter town right here. No nodding turn. Just endless. Oh, hello. EJ200 engines just started up as well. Not forgetting RAF Coningsby's 5 Typhoon Squadrons as well. Really quickly, 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit. Number 12 Squadron, the Joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron, who stood up in 2018 and started operating as early as, or as late as 2020. 41 Squadron, Seek and Destroy. They're the Test and Evaluation Squadron. And we've also got 2 combat-ready fighter squadrons. Free Fighter, the world's... Free Fighter, the oldest squadron here at Coningsby. Formed all the way back to the Royal Flying Corps days in 1912. Also got the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, number 11 Fighter Squadron. They've retained their fighter role since 1915. Since 1976, the Battle of Britain memorial flights have made Coningsby their home, hence Bomber County returns. We have two display teams here at Coningsby, the Typhoon Display Team and of course the Battle of Britain memorial flight. Now we've got lots of Typhoons starting up as well. Here we go then. Luftwaffe EF-2000 Eurofighter and the F-15Js of the Japan Air Self-Defense Force 2 and 2. And then this. enjoying all the sounds from all the engines. Amazing. So we have 2 F-15J and 2 EF-2000 Eurofighters lined up and awaiting clearance for departure. Or at least at taxi holding points, rather. Looks like we got it right. Here we go. Yeah, looks like the go. Look at this. Oh my. Absolute beautiful departure from the German Air Force Eurofighter. The first one there and out was lovely wing wave with a little pull. Oh yeah, it was terrific. Right now it's back to Foons. I hope you enjoyed those departures, they were a bit special. Squadron with their family version Typhoon. Well, I hope you're all enjoying this. I'm enjoying it, absolutely loving it. This is brilliant. So much variety going on lately here at Coningsby. Just enjoy them while you can, because you always expect surprises, expect the unexpected when it comes to plane spotting. You can have your regular Typhoon days and then suddenly the extraordinary happens, just like that. Plenty more Foons on the main ASP spooling. We've got all sorts going on here. We've got the Italian Air Force F-15J, which is a type of Eurofighter. This is a designated name for it. C-2. Now these engines, F-138, are absolutely powerful just short of 60,000 pounds of thrust each, which is staggering. General Electric F-138s. Okay, we've got 2 more Typhoons going out. These are 12 Squadron. So, first departure was... Hello. Dear. 5 years alive. Here we go. Typhoons going out now. With Italian Air Force as well. Now, they are called different names, different countries, their designation. So the Aeronautica Militare, the Italian Air Force, this is the F-15J Typhoon. In Spain, they call it the C-16 Typhoon. Germany, EF-2000 Eurofighter, and of course in the Royal Air Force it is just Typhoon FGR4. They're all types of Eurofighter. Look at this. Beautiful. So I've spotted a bit of 29 Squadron there, and of course these latter ones are Italian Air Force Typhoons. Doctor, thank you very much. Daniel from Scotland, thank you. Remco De Vrij, Davey, Malky Stoddart, Hugh Griffiths, Shay Mikey, Paul C, Paul's Hicks, Jinx, how's it going? Oh, sorry, Paul's Hi Jinx. Angela Farley, how you doing as well? Les Donaldson, Simon Montreal, Hank Vercure, Phantom Fanatic, how you all doing? Good to see you all on here. Aspen, Davey, welcome back. Hope you had a good holiday. So, plenty of Foons out, a mix of Italian Air Force and 29 Squadron of Royal Air Force as well. Now this C-2, when it starts up, is quite bassy, it's really nice. And quite right so, they're huge. They are just short of 60,000 pounds of thrust each, which is just phenomenal. It's like 59,700 pounds of thrust. And, although part of the CF6 range, the military designation is the F-138, or the 138s, F-138s. Right, here we go, so more Foons ready. to the picture. Here we go.
Coningsby channel. It's 8:52 GMT. Here we go. Italian Air Force Typhoons.
engine. Start it up. Let's see what we got. 41 Squadron, here they are. But, they're not the ones that are making that beautiful squabbling sound. Is it you or you? Oh, where is it? No? Lost the food. Just putting an engine run on that one. Definitely not that one. Nobody's? Or is it you? Thanks, man. Oi, oi. Actually slowed down.
Deliberate.
Oh, bless.
Everyone just wants to be famous.
Love it. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the show. put a bit of card in there to stop you just a bit of weight on them.
A bit of windage.
Yes, a bit of windage. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. And for those that are new to ADSB and flight radar, and we're quite happy to let you know how it all works. There you go, just as I expected. It was just a bit of flexing, as there was no pilot in there. So there we go, a little APU run there. But of course, there's many ways for aircraft to be tracked on radar, and of course there's also ADSB and WAM, which is a wide angle multi. Yeah, that one. There's that one. That's quite new. It's kind of, especially in this country, kind of replacing in a way the SSR. But we won't go too much into detail of that. But for those that, here we go, departure time.
Cut.
And cut. Cloud, not that great ceiling wise, cloud base wise, but never mind. Traffic control tower just over there, look. And there's a wide range of ways to have aircraft appearing on their radar. And yes, of course, there is ADSB, MLAT. There's quite a few. There's the primary radar, there's the secondary surveillance radar. And of course the wide angle multi-alteration, a type of surveillance service as well. So we've all heard of ADSB, which stands for automatic, because it is constantly being updated every 1 second, by the way. It's dependent, so it has its dependent that it has a receiver built in, and then it communicates through ground stations, and it's tracked just like your GPS watch, because it uses not radar, but it uses GPS satellite. And of course it's a surveillance, so it can be monitored and broadcast as it's broadcasting every 1 second. Now what you get traditionally, take a primary radar. I'm going to keep this as basic, as simple as possible. We've all spoke about primary radar. I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you primary radar. Now primary radar literally sends radio waves omnidirectional. I'm going to show you this Phantom here, because it was the Phantom itself that changed the course. It was Coningsby's first fighter aircraft of its kind. That's right, although you could say the Mosquito, but the first fighter jet was in fact the Phantom in 1969. It was the number 6 flying can openers that arrived, number 6 squadron. But omnidirectional primary radar literally will send radio waves, radio frequencies. That's how primary radar and usual radar works. It sends radio frequencies, and then whatever comes back pings onto the air traffic control's radar, but it doesn't really tell them any information. It tells them where it is, okay, so it can detect that. But also bear in mind, you've also got radar cross-section, how much is returned, and hence stealth aircraft 5th generation have a lower radar cross-section, so bear that in mind. Okay, so that's how primary radar would work, sending radio frequencies omnidirectional, okay, and whatever comes back, it will ping back to air traffic control, but it doesn't really have a lot of information. It will tell them where the aircraft is. Now this is where traditionally the secondary surveillance radar and wide angle multi-alteration, because the secondary surveillance radar, that depends on the transponder. Now the way that would work, transponder, right, first of all let's find out what that means. What does transponder mean? It has 2 words, and transmit and respond. It's it's transmitting a signal to the aircraft, and the transponder will key, the pilot will key in a squawk code. Now remember that in just a moment, but the point of the transponder is to respond to that SSR, or secondary surveillance radar. It's not omnidirectional, but the point is the SSR uses mode S. There's A, B and S on a transponder. All right, so I'm going to try and get this basic for you. Mode S, that communication will give them the altitude to ATC, the speed and some forms of that data, so altitude and speed. All right, so you use a primary radar to bring back whereabouts it is. The secondary surveillance could do that, but it can also, that's got the information on mode S. Now, this is where you need to key in your squawk code. A squawk code 0 to 7, so it's an 8-digit, over 4,000 combinations. For those that can quickly do the maths, will be able to tell me how many exact combinations that there are. I think it is. How many combinations are there? I said 4,000, but there's more than that, surely, of course. But 0 to 7. There's no 8 or 9 in a squawk code. What is a squawk code? Well, it's also known as a transponder code, but squawk code is allowing ATC to manage the aircraft. The transponder code, or the squawk code, gives them vital traffic management. So Coningsby's radar, Heathrow Airport, Gatwick, Swanwick, Barnsley, all these main radar stations will be able to use that particular, even Marham, Lakenheath has their own prefix to let ATC know that it's managed through that particular radar, but they do mean things as well. So 7001, if you're at the Lake District or Mac Loop, then get excited, because that is the low-flying, low-level squawk code. 7002, that's the danger area squawk code, so if you're in danger areas, air weapons ranges, things like that. 0033, I think that's a parachute drop. You got 7003, that's red arrows, I think, and 7004, a display. I always get those mixed up, so I might have got them back to front, but 03 and 04, 7003 and 7004, they're display squawk codes. One for the red arrows. I think red arrows is 3, but I could be wrong on that. You've also got an emergency code, which is 7700. So that, without going too much in depth, it allows traffic management and also to be allowed to be seen using the SSR. Now, this is nothing to do with ADSB at the moment. Let's have a little look how ADSB works. So I hope you're comfortable with how primary radar works. Yeah, so sending out radio waves all over the place, and then it's coming back to the ground stations to the ATC. SSR relies on and also the transponder relies on using uses mode S with the SSR, and also the wide angle multi-alteration, but I'm not going to go too deep into that because that's apparently changing. So but that's how it would work. So transponder uses mode S. If you were to turn that off, I'll show you what happens. Not a lot. You'll be pretty much kind of invisible, but that's nothing to do with ADSB, all right? And it's extremely dangerous. If you turn your transponder off, you won't be able to track using the SSR, and therefore you're kind of becoming invisible, and also it's a danger because no one is managing you, no one's knowing what on earth you're going to do. All right, so this is why it's extremely dangerous when you turn that off, because it obviously means that you're up to something no good. But how does ADSB work? Well, there may be lots of you on the chat room now that don't realize that there's actually an ADSB unit, a receiver inside the aircraft. There's an ADSB in and an ADSB out. Right? We're going to concentrate at the moment on ADSB out. So it's almost like a separate dependent unit. It's a dependent unit. So what we're going to do, we're going to show you how an ADSB works. So I don't know if you can see that very well. Here we go. So there's our, it looks like a Harrier. It looks a bit like a Harrier from here. Now, don't forget, you've got ground stations here. So I've tried to do like a little satellite, little primary radar, sending out radio frequencies here. Look, that's a radar, sorry, not satellite. Sending radio frequencies, goes back to the transmitter down here, and then all the way to ATC. Hope you've got that. That's traditional. However, now remember, GPS watches. You need signal, you need to be in a clear line of sight now, or at least not low level, or not in mountainous areas and forests and stuff like that. GPS signal is using the transmitter, the ADSB transmitter inside the aircraft. It's a separate, most modern aircraft, as well as military, they're all integrated, okay? The thing is, it is actually data handling. It's got data. Now, there is obviously a fine line with the FAA with data, of how much data. There's a lot of sort of small, light aircraft that when this come out, because it's quite a recent thing, ADSB, was it 2020? Was it as early as 2020? Some of them felt uncomfortable with broadcasting their information. They were worried about what if they make a mistake and they go into certain areas where they shouldn't, etc. But anyway, won't go into that. It uses satellite. There are GPS satellites sending the signal to the ADSB, to our ADSB receiver. But that's not done yet. How does it get to ATC? What it does, it sends that signal to the ground stations, ADSB mode systems here, and then ATC can pick it up, but through ADSB broadcasting service. So you can actually just go on, and it updates every 1 second. That's your ADSB out. It's giving out all the data. The data includes altitude, speed, as well, the ground speed, or all the data, in fact, photos of the aircraft, what the aircraft is, loads of other data. Go on ADSB, click on the aircraft, gives you all the information. But the other thing, there's also an ADSB in, and that sends information about the weather and things like that. You can have that off or on, but why would you? But having your ADSB data, you can actually limit it. I think it's called LAD, a limited aircraft data for ADSB. So F-35s, for example, can switch that off, but it's not the transponder. The transponder is always on. Military aircraft should not, unless obviously going on a particular mission, cannot turn their transponders off. All right, okay, so they have to keep that on. And first of all, you can't just fly any way you want to. If you're a military aircraft, absolutely not. Flying around wherever you wanted to go, you have to submit a flight plan and then correspond, which is why it's important to keep your transponder on, because that's how squawk codes work. Because if you hear F-35's taking off at Lakenheath, the air traffic controller RAPCON will give them a squawk code. Well, you can't have a squawk code with your transponder turned off, so they are always on. It's ADSB data that's switched off. They'll probably have ADSB in, so they can have all the latest and greatest weather reports and things like that. But there's also a few problems with GPS, is when you start going out into the ocean, which is why sometimes you see tankers just disappearing over the sea because of the signal. There's also GPS jamming, which airliners can, really struggle to navigate. It could actually send signals somewhere else. Have you ever noticed when things are going low level and then the aircraft's here flying okay, and then suddenly you get this as though it's done some sort of zigzag pattern where you think there's no way it did that? That's GPS struggling because they got so low, the signal of the satellite can't get to it, which is why tornadoes, things like that, and aircraft, when they're going on a mission, they go low to avoid enemy radar and also satellite from tracking them as well. You get low below, then you can't be seen slow. That's a basics, all right? So it's the ADS-B receiver that's been switched off, not the transponder. See ya. Hope that made sense anyway. I didn't want to make it too complicated. I just thought I'd show you a little picture there now. Oh, by the way, the other thing about ADS-B as well, if there's lots of aircraft like really close together, you'll only see one. They're so close together, the GPS and the ADS-B are having trouble. But pilot, like such as the Red Arrows, for example, they'll just have one data on. They don't need to have them all on all aircraft. But like I said, when they're really close together, you'll just pick up one. Oh right, I did get that right. Was there about 4,000 combinations? Because I think I just literally made that up in my head. Thank you for that. So this will be going out very, very shortly, I would imagine. Thanks everyone that's tuned in. Someone watching, I'm Captain A. How we all doing, Davey?
Oi, oi, it's the
Oi, oi, how's it going? Hope you're all good. How's it going, man? You've got your park in there now. He's in. So this is a Kawasaki C-2, it's a transport aircraft replacing the C-1. So this is pretty much like a mini C-17. It's Japan Air Self-Defense Forces unique transport aircraft. It's the Kawasaki C-2. And with its aging C-1 at the time, which had served the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force since 1974, a replacement was considered, including the C-17 and A400, but in May 2001, the Japanese Ministry of Defense formally issued a request for proposals in regards to the new transport aircraft, and they referred to this as the CX program, with considerations to various engine types too, and they chose the General Electric CF680. Military designation is the F-138 turbofan engines, which produce an absolutely mass suave 59,740 pounds of thrust each. So in March 2017, the C-2 was introduced into service, with the first 3 C-2s dispatched to the 403rd Tactical Airlift Squadron in Mihao Air Base. And in November 2017, the C-2 deployed to Japan Air Self-Defense Force base in Djibouti in Africa for the first time. The C-2 has the most advanced technologies, flies faster, and achieves greater range than the old C-1 that they had in their fleet. The cargo hold, it can hold larger than those of the others that it had. It can accommodate heavier loads, thereby fulfilling a wide range of missions such as international cooperative operation. There's also an electronic warfare version as well, which is the electronic intelligence platform called ELINT, which features a radio information collector for electronic warfare countermeasures. Began deployment in 2020. good, ladies and steady bear. So we'll be having this depart very shortly. Sounds like we've got some food starting up from 41 Squadron as well. Evaluation Squadron is 41 Squadron's job. They are one of 2 squadrons that sport the traditional Roman numerals XL1 and also X1, number 11 Squadron at Fighter with Coningsby. There's also a test and evaluation squadron for the F-35 of the Royal Air Force, and that's number 17 Squadron, who were the first squadron to bring the Typhoon to Coningsby. They're now based at Edwards Air Force Base as a test and evaluation squadron on the F-35B. Got a Typhoon taxiing from the south side of the base, so another departure coming up. In the meantime, enjoy Seek and Destroy. Echo Bravo with their World War II markings. So if you ever see Spitfires in formation or just a singleton with Echo Bravo, and around all that, my friends, is 41 Squadron with their motto Seek and Destroy. I think that's a really cool motto. Marco, thank you very much. Raincoat de Bray, how you doing? Hope good. Alan Q. Members, how you doing? Leah, how's it all going? You're welcome. Hope you're all good and well. '41 Squadron. It's the Foons there. And they formed at Gosport in mid-April 1916. Now they actually stemmed from a nucleus of a Royal Flying Corps Squadron, number 28, but that squadron disbanded, renumbered to 27 Reserve Squadron Royal Flying Corps, and they ended up reforming on the 14th of July 1916. They operated the Vickers FB5. Here we go, departure time. Looks like just a single one. I'm not going to complain about that. Here we go, that's right.
at this. Look at this.
While it's off, I'll just show you the 170 Squadron. That's what we're going to call this. The 170 Squadron new baseball hat coming out in December, and it's got Ted Coningsby's initials there. And the thing is, TC was the squadron markings of number 170 Squadron, who actually flew the P-51 and the Lancaster at good old Somerset. I think it was Western Zoyland. So I had a little research and found out that there was actually a World War II marking of a Squadron 170. Nice little British flag there. Ted on the side. Lots of detail with Ted Coningsby. Again, all this in like a PVC. Nice buckle there to adjust. And on the inside, it's full on Send It. A good old baseball hat indeed. Nice curved visor, or peak as they call it. Here we go. We'll be out soon. We do have our Wheat range still available. There's 41 there taxiing out. Now the Typhoon, because of its thrust to weight ratio, it can do that. And what you've just seen there is literally from brakes released to 8 seconds. Now this depends on the pilot, but we're looking at around 185 miles per hour when the pilot pulled back there, roughly, because it does depend on factors such as the pilot and how much stick they're giving it. So brakes, once they're released, 8 seconds, it pulls back 50, 60 degree or into a vertical climb. But wait, this is the beauty. The Typhoon can actually accelerate into that climb. So it can accelerate vertically from takeoff. That's something that not many aircraft can do, especially from 8 seconds. If you don't have that thrust to weight ratio, okay, so Typhoon empty weight 24,000, total thrust just over 40,000 pounds of thrust. Okay, can't fly without any fuel in it, but fill it up with fuel, add a bit of payload, and you're still below 40,000 pounds of thrust. So what aircraft can do if you haven't quite got that thrust to weight ratio, so like an F-35A, although an F-35A can put 50% of fuel in it, and then it will have a thrust to weight ratio of 1:1, so it could do that, but only at 50% fuel. However, any point to that? Maybe not. The way to get around that is to literally blast it down the runway, get your speed, 385, 400 miles per hour, and then pull back, which is what we see at Lakenheath. So if you're a heavier aircraft, that is the option that you can do. Oi, oi, you're right. Racy Tracy, it's got written on the back. No.
TR7.
Do have a pilot in this one as well, so looking good. One PTO today, lovely. Not the best of clouds, but we still managed to get it.
That's the first one I've ever seen live.
All right, what PTO? Nice. Not in the best conditions either, but beautiful.
Racy Tracy. Look at that. Really? When I was young, that was a state-of-the-art sports car. And that gets more looks than anything else in this car. Racy Tracy.
Amy Squag, good morning to you. Hey Jay Rylance, how you doing? Margot, how's it going? Leah, how you doing as well? Oi oi to you. Oi oi to all our fans and members. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby channel.
Oi oi to the SOC.
Triumph TR7. Wow. Yeah. Classic. Okay, so we've got 141 Squadron Typhoon at taxi holding point Alpha, which is at the top, to the north side of the runway. Okay. Here we go, clear for takeoff, let's ride. So for those that are new to the Typhoon, let's do a quick rundown of it all. Oh, hang on, we got another departure. Hang on, we do. There's another one down this. So is our Typhoon, made in 4 different countries. Now each country contributes to the Typhoon, and each country in parts have a different coloured primer. I'll have to show you the different colour primers that they have, and with the different colours you can actually distinguish which country it's come from. However, the left wing is made in Italy, the right wing is made in Spain, the centre section of the fuselage made in Germany, front section of the cockpit made in Britain, and this section here with the tail, this half, or this fifth from Britain and Italy, with parts from Rolls-Royce, Leonardo, MTU, all that, Eurofighter, Airbus, BAE Systems, Eurojet, Rolls-Royce, all the components there. But it's made of around 85% non-metal, that's 85% carbon composite, a posh way of saying plastic, which is great because it keeps your radar cross-section low. If we have a look at some of the components, I'm going to start with this one because I missed out a couple last time, but it's good to have it different. This, another common question. Oh, hang on, don't worry, another takeoff. Hey! I love this. Lately, I've just had non-stop food, man. Here's another one. Oh well. That bit of soot there, that's burnt fuel, soot from the auxiliary power unit. You can actually start the Typhoon from there. Oh, there's 2.
Twin takeoff.
And look at the shape of the wings. At first you just think they're just dead flat. Absolutely not. Nice curve. don't think I'm going to get a chance to tell you much about the Typhoon just yet, but no worries. Which is good because it means just non-stop action. Let's get a stator blade. Alright, how we doing? Listen to that. So back to my Foon just really quickly. So yes, here that's the APU in here, so it's covered up with a red cover to protect it from all sorts of debris going in there, causing all sorts of problems. And I'm keeping an eye out on any any Typhoons taxiing out. Now, although things advance in technology, there are upgrades, blocks, and all sorts of different things that get upgraded on aircraft. The radome, slightly different grey, and also the very high frequency antenna here. A lot of defence on the Typhoon as well as attack. Now inside here, oh by the way, they're different colours to protect and optimize performance, because if you start painting the radome, which is why if you remember Blackjack and Gina and Moggy and you know even the Typhoons here, although they're grey, you'll notice that the Typhoon radome the nose is a slightly different shade look, and on the tip, because they are very sensitive antennas. And with the AESA, the ECR Marconi Ferranti ECR90 captor in here, this is like the attack of the Typhoon's battlefield situational awareness. It can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away, fighter jet size, and for larger sizes 300 kilometers away, which is absolutely amazing. There goes the dogfighting, right? Because that's called BVR, and a lot of ordnance have beyond visual range, so you know, over 100 kilometers away. You can lock onto 20 to 30 targets, prioritize on 6 of those. Now here, this CCTV looking camera, almost a camera, it's actually the IRST Pirate, that's infrared search and track. That does your search and track battlefield zone. And if you integrate that in HD as well at night, it's absolutely amazing. If you've ever seen footage of the IRST, it's absolutely amazing. It's also, I think there's another type called FLIR, forward-looking infrared, I think it is, but this is IRST, a little bit different. With that in mind, you've also got a mounted display unit, so that's the Striker helmet, which is very clever. Pilot can actually lock onto targets just looking with their mounted display unit, their helmet, the Gucci of all helmets. And they can look through the Typhoon, not as in X-ray vision, but with using special cameras that they can actually look through the Typhoon, but not like X-ray vision. It's not actually doing that, but you can lock onto targets underneath you, so to speak. Acrylic canopy. You've also got, you haven't got any elevators to control your, you know, to elevate the Typhoon angle of attack and height, but you do have 4 planes here. The 4 planes can be used for all sorts of things, such as the, oh, we got a 2-ship, here we go. I'm going to give up on that. I'm giving up. Oh well, I'll give up talking about the Typhoon. I'll have to do a separate video on it and then job done, yeah? Never mind. It's good to be disturbed like that. Interrupted probably right there.
brilliant. I love that. Yeah, I'll have to continue another time because it looks like they're all starting to come back in dribs and drabs, and we've got this as well to go, and I think there's more fumes going out as well, so enjoy. Oh, look at this slow approach. Nice. Top military training right there. And I can hear another one spooling as well, so we've got plenty more departures. And just to wish my stepdad a happy birthday to Tony. My stepdad Tony, happy birthday there today. He's 18 today with a few years experience. Control. One out, one in. control on these low approaches have been absolutely brilliant. Look at this. Here we go. Look at this. hope you've all enjoyed it today already, and it's even midday yet.
Okay, here we go, another departure coming up. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And Ted hasn't even done any guards marches yet. Been that busy. It's been great, and the sun is actually coming out, which is nice.
Typhoon's just coming into land now. So we'll just swap the mag over. Busy it's been today. It's been non-stop pretty much. Go and grab a quick cup of tea. Be right back. Oh, thanks. Thank you. That one with my tea actually. It's delightful. This one probably goes well with bergamot. I reckon bergamot tea, I think.
and that's the AWCU. Yeah, it's AW. Oh, I've been caught out. I've got yeah, this was something I made many years ago. You can mark it there. I don't really make them, but that blob on the canopy is because the canopy come off and the glue went up. It was live on the show when that come off, so it was quite embarrassing. However, I did show, you know, how the canopy comes off in the ejection, so I had an excuse. Do you like that?
I have so many problems with the glue reacting to the clear plastic.
Yeah, well, this is the problem I had. I was like, what are you doing there?
Yeah, it just flares. It is like, see, people say to use the old PVA glue, it doesn't seem to hold it tight. That's what people use because it doesn't react like that. I was gutted on the front to have it at that length.
Oh, yeah.
So I can see the two halves together. And it just went. The problem is that once it's there, you can't get rid of it. I've tried polishing it out and everything.
That's it, yeah. Just for the plane. Just for the plane.
You want to paint the right one on the top.
It's a tasty one. Yeah, I want to get some engine models. That'll be quite a good one.
I have seen advertised one where you build it from scratch and it's all metal.
Oh, and you can make it move around with lights. I think I've seen it. It's got a little lever. Yeah, I've seen them. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good, and I hope we're well. So I'm just going to throw in little bits of info today. Now, we spoke about in previous streams about jet engines, how they work, and I suppose it could, you know, work with this as well. Now, traditionally, you've got compressor blades in there, part of the compressor system. You've got high pressure and low pressure compressors. Let me just turn this a little bit, sorry. There we go. So I'll just give you a turn something. So you've got your fan, and inside. So this is off a Buccaneer. This is a one of the compressor blades. So if you imagine a whole disc that goes round, so these are connected to make the compressors, so you'll have a low pressure which pressurizes the air, increases the pressure to just a certain amount of pressure, and then you've got the high pressure compressor. All right, so they're all different. Many you know, all engines have a different stage. So the Typhoon has a 3-stage low pressure, so it's 3 sets of discs it goes through, sets of compressors in the low pressure, and in a 5-stage high pressure compressor. All right, so they're different shapes, but if you have a look at the design, this is of a Blackburn Buccaneer, but as the air is getting channeled to increase the air pressure to the atmospheric pressure that it's been designed to, because all jet engines will compress the air to specific, so the Typhoon compresses the air to 26 times. Now what that means is that it will suck air at a rate of 75 litres per second, all right, and then squeeze that air, increase the pressure by 26 times. It's compressing it. Okay, now also once it goes past there, these stator blades as well. Now these go through, and they're actually, these don't move. So just behind this, so if you imagine a load of these going round like that, these are the compressors spinning round, and these are stationary, and what that does, it channels that air to, you know, it's a beautiful bit of, actually it's technically like loads of propellers, creating this aerodynamic pressurizing method to squeeze and compress the air and increase the pressure. All right, but the Typhoon doesn't have these blades, high pressure and low pressure blades. They have something a little bit unique to the Typhoon. By the way, this is off a Tornado. They have what's called blisks. Now this is the 3-stage fan that I, 3-stage compressor, low pressure compressor that I drew. This is off a Eurofighter. Now these are actually called blisks. They're a monolithic bladed disc. What that means is it's all in one. They're a titanium alloy, and they're all in one. These are not connected, like I showed you on the bottom of this, for example. These are actually molded into one titanium alloy, and they call them blisks. This is the first stage, all right. This is the low pressure, and then you've got the high pressure, which basically gets smaller and smaller so that it can compress the air. The volume of basically take a squash court, and you can fit it into a car in just 1.5 seconds. That is amazing how it can do that. And it's basically 1.3 tons of air. That's 352 square meters cubed, sorry, compressed. So amazing. It's a fantastic engine. It can super cruise as well, which means it doesn't need the afterburners or reheat, as we say in the Royal Air Force. It doesn't need reheat to do that. It doesn't need an afterburner to go supersonic. It can do it. It's very easy to go supersonic, which is why, sad to the eye, you don't see them take off all the time with the burners on. The other thing as well, very amazing technology on the EJ200s, is the fact that should they have a flame out, it will just restart itself. So it's a very, very survivable, long-lasting, on condition as well. The Typhoon has a special life when it comes to maintenance. It depends what they've done to it. The other thing, when you have a lot of excess reheat being used, you need to cool that down, and you'll see lots of reheat being used, especially in Typhoon displays. And here, this little intake here, just on the bottom of the inside of the wing, in here it's a ram heat exchanger. Basically a ram intake to cool down. It kicks in automatically to start cooling down the EJ200 engines from there. That's what that intake's for once it's gone in. Speaking of intakes as well, there is another one for the instruments. It just sits just under here. Tiny little instrument intake there to cool down the instruments as well. Some really clever little pieces just dotted about on the Typhoon that we could always talk about.
runway change is complete.
Yeah, because I was expecting 07 this morning, but yeah.
He's just said to me, you prepared to wait. So, Amelia will be happy because she wanted to see him come in.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Because down that end is an absolute chaos.
Oh, no.
It's totally flooded, it's all flooded.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, in the
Where
portals to Australia, yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, that's it's pretty dangerous. You get neck problems going down there. Man.
Of course, Millie said, oh, can I get out? And I said, well, if you open your window and have a look. She was like,
cool. Thanks a lot, Harlan Hall, Harry Gardner, how you doing? Ali Leyland, how you doing? Christopher Neal, Remco de Vrij, Christopher Carr, Edward Coates, Davey, LEJ Approach, good, how you doing? Watching from Germany, Simon Watchell. How are you all doing? Hope you're well. Believe there's talks of a runway change, we'll know in just a moment. So today we've seen a right mix of different air forces and aircraft. So I'm going to finish up with this. Thanks a lot all of you helping out, getting us to 1,000 likes. Just like Waddington and a few other bases have a red and white fence. It's really important, especially if they're going to be changing runway now, that we do not stand in front of the red and white fence, please, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's really important. It's something that you could get yourself into trouble. Now those guys on the right, brilliant, no problem at all, absolutely spot on. So please avoid standing there. It's for your own benefit as well and for your health. So you will be told to move on, or worse as well. Sounded like an EJ200 start up there. And of course crash gates as well, please keep them clear. Crash gates are clearly labelled. Certainly do not park outside them, and please don't block the crash gates and fill it up with ladders, etc., and stand in there. Please keep that clear. So brilliant, well done to the crew to the right of that red and white fence. A perfect example. I always worry that someone's going to be on there, but I guess, you know, there are signs as well to inform of not standing there. There isn't one at runway 25, but please have a look at the approach lights and then just judge it. Please we never recommend to stand directly under the approach at all. So it's for your own safety. You know, if a pilot, you know, gets it wrong due to an emergency or something falling off the aircraft, it would pretty much end your trip. So please, again, with the fence, when you're going up, please don't rest your ladders on the fence and damage it in any way. Certainly don't climb it or even damage it. Again, it's MOD property, to ruin it for everyone else as well. But, you know, if you're new, you get excited, you want to come in and have a look, you may not know all the rules, but a lot of it is pretty much treat it like your own, you know. And that's what we've always tried to get into the habit of doing housekeeping rules. Yes, it's annoying when the car park is full, but there is a car park in town. It is just £2 for the whole day. There are some parking spaces and laybys which are legally acceptable to park, but again, just, you know, be mindful not to stick out the car, sticking out onto the main road, that kind of thing. So
Next up we've got a runway change. Oh, where's he going? Or she? Changes are a factor of wind direction. Aircraft take off and land into the wind. So headwind, basically. Of course, naturally the wind isn't going to be conveniently going down exactly lined up, down or up the runway. Runway caravan will be positioned close to the threshold. And, we need to be rigged up with the comms reinstalled if that is the case. the rotary hydraulic arrestor gearlet to space those weights on the cable. Look at this. So they would have done the opposite at the other end. They would have got the cable configured for emergency landings. And that tool there is how you get rid of all the dumbbells or grommets. I forgot what it's actually officially called, but the grommets, the weights that keep the cable taut so the aircraft can take off from. Brilliant. Comes the runway caravan. Live runway change, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Look at this. That's what the yellow circle is that you can see there, the yellow circle, and there'll be one on the other side. That's the rotary hydraulic arrestor gear, or the cable. It's called different things in different air forces, but it's basically going from there to there. And then what you've got at Lakenheath, just there, is it's like a red and white box, a checkered box where it has that it basically keeps the cable tense and taut. Here you've got something similar. This one is placed on the ground, if that makes sense. So it's so the wheel is pointing vertically, whereas looking at the one at Lakenheath, that's how do I say, horizontal? Is that the right way to do it? That's what it looks like, because the cable goes underneath, under like a little curb, and then across the runway. So there you go, look. Little markings there, 2507. Anything in the red, that's your runway. Yellow writing in the black is your taxiways and holding points. So here we go, we're going to get departures from here now. Yeah.
Cool. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, hope you're all enjoying the show. It's Ted's getting a bit excited, so am I. It's been absolutely packed, brilliant again as usual. And, thanks a lot to a Guards March to Dave Holloway for Jens drinks while and travels with the Luftwaffe watching Bundesliga. Nice one, Guards March. Thank you very much, Dave. High five to Babs R for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March to you. EP65 as well, a Guards March to you for the super sticker, super chat. Enjoy the stream, TCS. Vehicles, planes and ships galore, thank you very much for your 2-month membership. Sick F-15s, hopefully they depart, and they did as well. Gary, thank you very much. High five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. David Binch, high five and a Guards March to you, David, for that's David Binch for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Margot, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you for the super sticker. Phil Toby, congratulations on 10 months membership. Good morning, everyone, and oi oi, oi oi to you. Margot Baxter, thank you very much. Guards March to you, thanks for the super chat. Bravo, RAF Coningsby, thank you. Ted2, stars you are, thank you very much. Richie B, Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. For the need for speed, Guards March. Crimson Dingo, high five, thank you for joining our TCS Posh Officers Club. Guards March to you. Gary, high five. And a Guards March to you as well for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Malky Stoddart, high five, Guards March to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Alex Spinks, how you doing with 28 months membership? Oi oi. Not long until the TCS party now. Hope you're all good. Not as frequent as I used to. High five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby to you. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. And also another super chat from Margot as well. Margot Baxter, opening bid for Ted's redrawing. Thank you very much. Press 01, Guards March, thank you very much for the super sticker. Wee Stevie Boy as well, thank you for the super sticker as well. Bid for redrawing. Oh, here we go, we've got some bids. Margot with another bid, next bid for Ted's redrawing. Wee Stevie Boy as well, thank you very much, both of you, for bidding. Guards Marches to both of you, and Margot as well. Guards March bidded again for Ted's redrawing, thank you very much. Alan Q, thank you very much. Guards March as well for the super sticker. Wee Stevie Boy, final bid for redrawing. Need to keep money for Tunnocks as there are none in the cupboards. Guards March, thank you very much. Margot, Guards March for Ted's redrawing to Wee Stevie Boy. Bidding there for my drawings. Guards March, thank you very much. And Elizabeth Cox said, Guards March to you. Thank you, Nicholson Ted, for tea and sweets. Great stream again. Thank you very much. Dawn Mitchell as well. Guards March to you. Lunch for Ted on me. Bless your heart. That is brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Guards March to you, Dawn Mitchell. AJ Rylance, also order some tea for yourself, Ted and Nikos. I will have a tea after the Guards Marches. Wee Stevie Boy, and the winner of the Wee drawing goes to Marco. Thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March to you. Chris Wallace, high five, Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March to you. And Elizabeth Cox with 17 months membership. Wow, 17 months of the best aviation channel experience ever. Thank you, Nikos and Ted, and thank you as well for your long-lasting membership. AJ Rylance, member for 2 months. Thank you very much. And Cox, thank you for the super sticker. Guards March with a black cat. Love that. Amy Scragg, high five. Well welcome to the F-15J Squadron. Thanks for joining us, our latest member now. Jane Ann, high five, who's just gifted a F-15J membership. And Deister, thank you very much for your 3 months membership. Thanks to you all loving this channel. Oh yeah, Guards March. J-Dog, who's part of our fighter squadron, also has racked up 23 months membership as well. Nice one. Guards March, thank you for that. Nearly 2 years and a new colour badge. Thanks again. An excellent show as usual. Thank you very much. Sylvia King, Guards March, thank you very much for the super sticker. Oh, he's off. I think we're going to get some tea, Ted, isn't it? Well, the main ASP looks a bit empty at the moment, which means one thing: plenty of arrivals. Also anticipating this to go out. Don't know when, don't have any departure details on this, but I guess it's pretty much ready to go. I guess when they all come back, it'd be quite nice as the runway has changed. Rico Estonia, how you doing? Oi to you. How you doing? All right? Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. It's been good. Thanks. All good, yeah? It's good, isn't it? Yeah. Marquette, how you doing? Oh, matron. Thomas Weir, how you doing as well? Get you a Guards March on the next set. Should be going up very shortly. The ground crew are out now. We're doing amazing. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Been on the hadn't even been on the stream, it's been that busy, but welcome to the show. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, a base that had a plan to be built for Bomber Command use in 1937, opened on the 4th of November 1940. How we doing? My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator, and just about had my my hat on there as it literally came off on that performance takeoff. For those who don't know, this is the Handley Page Hampden, a bit of an icon in the early stages of 1938, as 49 Squadron were the first to operate this just up the road at RAF Scampton, and this innovated the minds of the operation gardening and gardening operations, dropping sea mines, literally mine laying all over the seas to halt the World War II Germany's Navy fleet. But there we go. Mine laying was a thing, and the Hampdens, well, had a bit of a reputation for becoming the sort of like a fighter bomber. Wing Commander Guy Gibson really rated this, and it was quite manoeuvrable for its time, and a bit of an icon because this and the Wellington both had the same specifications, but it came here in February 1941. First residence RAF Coningsby had was 106 Squadron, and then a month later 97 Squadron came with a very different aircraft, another twin-engine bomber, the Avro Manchester. I'm going to keep this sweet and neat. I'm going to go with a few aircraft in time for Coningsby while we're still here. So yes, and then 1942 RAF Coningsby had a satellite station built that way, about 4 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. That was RAF Woodhall Spa, where they operated the new and improved Avro Manchester, which was going to be called the Manchester Mark III, but they added 4 engines, widened it by 12 meters, 12 feet, sorry, that's quite substantial, 12 meters, and of course they renamed it to the Avro Lancaster. Another change for Coningsby Deck. But what I will say, it was bomber command use right up to the time when it became a fighter town with this, the Phantom. Look at that, spare engine Phantom, look at that. But just to give you a little bit more on Coningsby's history, just really quickly, because there's been all sorts. I've been lucky, I'm like, where's the Typhoon? 1953 saw Coningsby enter the jet era. That's where they had their first jet aircraft. It was indeed the English electric Canberra. While the Canberra replaced the Mosquito, which they had here in 1944, in 1953 the Canberra replaced the Mosquito, and then the Canberra was up for replacement as well. They did choose the TSR2, they chose the F-111, which the RAF did order 50 F-111Ks, but 1940 all the way to 1968 Coningsby was a bomber command station. That changed in 69 with this, the spare engine Phantom. Lots of squadrons arrived with this. 228 became the operational conversion unit, but it was number 6, the Flying Can Openers, that brought this here to Coningsby. It was 23 fighter, 29 squadrons as well, and of course many of them went over to Wattisham in the late 70s to replace the English Electric Lightning that was running QRA there, and eventually the Phantoms took on that role at Wattisham. Coningsby didn't receive the Typhoon until 2005. It was on the 19th of May 2005. It was number 17 Squadron, and it was time for the Tornado to go, but we all know at Lossiemouth they just couldn't let go of that Tornado. I think they had it for an extra decade before they let go of their Tornadoes. So this is pinging on ADSB. This should be going out very soon, I would have thought. I'm looking left, looking right, keeping things in sight, you know how it is. I've had to keep the history very limited today because it's just been that action-packed today, and but there we go. The number 6 squadron that arrived were called the Flying Can Openers because of the amount of tanks that they destroyed during the Second World War with their Hurricanes. And of course, number 6 squadron do operate today the Typhoon at Lossiemouth. It's time to load that C-2. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So, still got it's only Tuesday. We've still got quite a bit to go yet, and hoping the weather plays ball. Hopefully get you a stream tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, our usual Friday show at Lakenheath. That is a given. Fingers crossed though. You know, as with the weather, it can totally change, but there we go. Looking forward to that, and keep your notification bell button on where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. But yeah, just a quick one while they're loading up with their personnel. The Hamden literally when it got the specification along with the Wellington. And I gave you an example yesterday of how things get two companies and how different their designs are. It was the Air Ministry specification B9/32. For those who don't know about the Air Ministry specification, have a look at it. Really, really interesting to have a look at. It was done in the first letter would indicate whether it was a heavy bomber, a fighter, a medium bomber, and so on and so on. A for Army, N for Navy, I think it was, X for E for experimental, but the second number was the issue number. Okay, it was numerical. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to whatever the issue number was. That stayed, and the / told you the year, so you know now that 1932 was the Air Ministry specification proposed. Now, just remember how important that is to get that contract. Just remember how important that is, because at the end of the day, imagine a small town or a little village with a factory. Imagine the men and women going in there, getting that income, getting jobs, getting employment, boosting the economy. It really, really, it was amazing. And it was two companies that got that, and it was Vickers Armstrong, the Vickers Wellington bomber, and the Vickers Wellington, and this, and one of the Air Ministry's operational requirements and specifications, it had to have a specific speed, a range, and they needed to upgrade the engines. At the time, we had Rolls-Royce Kestrel. During that time, with the Handley Page Hayfords, we had the Goshawk, and they really wanted something with a bit more punch. And enter the Bristol Pegasus engine, which had 1,000 horsepower minimum. It was going to do away with that underpowered 600 horsepower, and that really changed the course to the series of particular aircraft. This had a payload of 4,000 pounds of bombs, and it was, really innovative mine laying. Although the Vickers Wellington bomber, that was made to the mostest, because that had 11,640 odd, and that was the most produced Royal Air Force bomber of the Second World War, and it was the Vickers Wellington. There's only one full example. There is one at I think it's at Brooklands. The one at Cosford is not quite complete. It takes a long time to even get that refurbished, yet alone trying to get one airworthy condition. But both thrived. The Vickers Wellington, that had 16 different variants. The Mark II, although it started Mark I with the same engines as these, same engine, 1,000 horsepower, but that did really well with its service ceiling. Mark II had the Rolls-Royce Merlin, and then they moved to the Bristol Hercules, really punchy Bristol Hercules, Mark IIIs, Mark X, like that. One of the things that I did find out about the Bristol Hercules when I spoke to you about the Halifax, if you remember me talking about the Halifax, where the flames would come out, it was underneath. And I remember watching a video of a German night fighter, what they were looking out for. For those who don't know what I mean, well, this is the problem. You see, flames coming out of bombers at night, in the day, weren't really an issue. They are an issue at night. Flames could be seen at night, and that's when German night fighters would take advantage of looking out. So what they did, they put these dampeners on here, on the exhausts here, to stop the flames, but they're draggy. That was the only downside. They were quite draggy. And then I was trying to work out on the Bristol Hercules, and I remember trying to read this excerpt from a night fighter, and he said there were 4, and I was trying to work it out, and it made sense. They would come out the back of the engine, 4 flames, 1 flame on each on the Bristol Hercules engines, but they did put dampeners on there. But like I said, they were draggy. That was the only problem. But that said, they found a solution to that. But there we go. Right, this is pretty much getting ready now, isn't it? Ba-da-da-da-da. No, mate, no. Yeah, the C-2. You alright, yeah? Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, good. It's been good fun. Huh? Yeah,
crazy, isn't it? That was a nice whoosh. Beauty. So, yes, sorry, I didn't get to answer your question. Someone's asked if I'm going to Waddington, and the answer is yes. I will try and make a bit of space. I did mention that yesterday. I'll try and fit that in, although I couldn't miss out on the Japanese F-15s, right? I was thinking about going to Waddington today, but wasn't sure about the F-15s. Hence, I'm here back to back, Monday and Tuesday, just in case. But it was nice yesterday with the A400 and the C-2 going out. Loved the A400 going backwards. Yep, backwards. Taxiing, that is, not flying. The Italian Typhoons have been coming in 2 and 2, which have been amazing to see. So 2 ship and then a 2 ship just behind, which has been quite exciting to see. So I wonder if we get to see that today. Thanks, man. Here we go. There he goes, just started up the C-2. Let's get a little bit. 600 pounds of thrust jet action on this. A pairs landing.
the short Stirling gouge flaps there. Close to 120,000 pounds of thrust combined. Here we go.
See ya. Well, there we go, and already we miss the heavies just parked there. Hence the sort of different shade of grass there. Just kidding. Thank you very much for all the lovely super chats today, and lots of support from everyone. Thank you very much, and it was indeed graceful, very well said, absolutely beautiful that. As they say, sayonara. That was absolutely amazing. I think we've still got 4 Italian Typhoons to come back. But I may just stop off and have a quick break, which of course that would mean aircraft will turn up. Because that's the way it's been today, every time up. But that's fine, it's always good to be interrupted by aircraft, that's the whole point. All is good. Hope you're well anyway, and feeling good. You too. Beep beep. Alright, what we got here? I think we've got 41 Squadron. Oh yeah, it's turning nicely on final. Here we go. Seek and destroy. Look at this. On initial, here we go, ready for the run in and break. Wow, 3 drop tanks.
That's a bit scary.
That's always the scary thing.
It's a real locking nut. It's a real locking nut.
Done. another incoming as well. Oi, oi. Indeed. Indeed. Here we go. The lightning pod, the laser guided targeting pod. Oh, here we go. Going, mate, sorry? How are you? Oh, cool. Yes, see you in a bit, mate. Please don't hesitate. You know, after seeing, you know, the structure visualising map, the same power base, it's not the same, is it? Oh, hello, we've got a takeoff. Yeah, not getting any lunch today. See you in a bit, man. Yeah, good, mate. You all right?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Definitely worth the trip.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we got two.
Watching you this morning.
Cool. There we go. Typhoon FGR4, Royal Air Force. It's time to run. Here we go. Here we go, send it. Rotated to get rotated like that. 185 miles per hour from 8 seconds from that brakes release. Of course, depends on the pilot, with 2 EJ200 engines producing a whopping 20,000 pounds of thrust with reheat. So once those brakes are released, depends on the pilot, 185 miles per hour, 8 seconds, pull into 50 degree, a 60 into a vertical climb. Now the beauty of the Typhoon being a thrust to weight ratio of 1:1, empty weight 24,000 pounds, 24,000 pounds empty weight. 22 seconds later, it can go supersonic. And the thing is with the Typhoon having a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio is that it can actually accelerate vertically from that takeoff, literally from 8 seconds. Now, if you are a heavier aircraft, a heavier fighter, and you've still got all that power, then what you can do is like a quick climb that we see at Lakenheath, where your thrust to weight ratio isn't quite like a Typhoon. What you do, you kind of like, well, put a bit of escape velocity by having a bit of speed and velocity behind you. So the F-35 or the F-15 Strike Eagle, for example, full on afterburners, go down the runway and reach speeds of about 400 miles per hour. Then they can pull up 5 to 6 G and see ya like that. That's what you can do. And we've had 2 examples of the Typhoon actually doing these takeoffs, and I don't think they've returned yet. They're still somewhere in orbit. See ya.
So wonderful, wonderful takeoffs there. 2 performance takeoffs is what they call them. And wow, well, you've just seen very similar to performance to the English Electric Lightning. Amazing, isn't it? The sort of span in history to what we had and what we've got. Absolutely incredible stuff. How we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? Hope we're all good. Hope you enjoyed that. I'm going to do a quick then and now, if I may. I know, you know, obviously we can't compare these two, you know, to so this Handley Page Hampden, you know, actually, you know, entered service in 1938, as we said, at RAF Scampton. We can't really compare them. They are 2 totally different aircraft. But my point is, it's almost like a then and now, with the Typhoon having the 40,000 pounds of thrust with 1,000 horsepower with the Bristol Pegasus engine, so 2,000 horsepower total. But the thing is, with the Typhoon, although it's pounds of thrust and not horsepower, if we were to do that, then it's 150,000 horsepower. So 2 Ferrari power, so it's equivalent to 2 Ferraris, as opposed to, let's say, what, 150 Ferraris rated on the Typhoon. Amazing. 4,000 pound of payload and 20,000 pound of payload. Entered service, arrived at RAF Coningsby in 1941. The Typhoon arrived in 2005. So amazing, you know, those years separating the two together. The first and the last, or at least so far, so good serving. Wingspan of the Handley Page Hampden at 69 feet 2 inches. That's 21.8 meters. The Typhoon wingspan is at 10.95. It's actually got a smaller wingspan than the Spitfire, sitting at 11 meters. The Typhoon's length, that's at 15.96 meters. That's 52 feet and 4 inches. The length of the Hampden was 53 foot 7 inches at 16.33. So a bit bigger than your Typhoon. Wow, absolutely amazing, isn't it? You know, service ceiling on the Typhoon, a lot. A lot of it is probably classified, but way over 55,000, I would have thought. But there we go, with the service ceiling on that. And the Handley Page Hampden, I think, could do about 19,000 or so with a service ceiling, about 19,000. But I know the Typhoon could do a lot. There we go. But yeah, I just thought I'd show you the then and now. with that. It's quite remarkable, really. Even on the empty weight of one of these on the Hamden is at 12,764 pounds. So this is at 24,000. So the Typhoon empty weighs double to the Hamden. Amazing. Both twin engine then and now. So arrived here at Coningsby 1941, this in 2005. A £4,000 payload on the, I think I mentioned that, £4,000 payload on the Hamden, 20,000 on the Typhoon. Wondering if the Italian Typhoons, perhaps, maybe they've gone somewhere else, and that's why they're not here. Not to finish up the show, have an earlier one, as it was an early start today. Jay Bolton, thank you very much. Burger for Nikos and salmon roll for Ted. Thank you very much. Jay Bolton as well, Teducation, thank you again for the super chat. Thank you. Ann Cox, thank you very much as well for the super sticker, Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. And I have a super chat from, well, I'm not going to be able to translate that. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something. I'm going to try something. I've had two. Yeah, I'm going to try that. I'll be back on that one. It's someone watching from Japan. But first of all, Guards March to Gary. Thank you for the super chat. And Jay Bolton again for the super chat. Thank you so much. Honestly, that means so much. Thank you. Fantastic content as always, Ted and crew. Thank you. Gary Carpenter, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Oh yeah. Struer, thank you for your 13 months membership all the way every day. And Thomas Weir, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron as well. Also a super sticker from Sylvia King as well. Thank you all so much. Well, I'm going to try something. I've taken a screenshot and I'm going to put the Japanese writing into Google. and see if I can translate it. Let's have a look. Let's see how bad I'm going to get this. I think it's maybe a name. Oh, bears. Oh, yes. So I've translated it to bears. Beazu. Okay, so a guard's march to Beazu. Is that how you say bear in? Is that how you say bear in Japanese? Beazu. Have I got that completely wrong? Guards march to Beazu, thank you very much. He's put Atlantic Eagles, thank you very much. Now, I know that the 201st Tactical Fighter Squadron are called the Flying Bears, is that correct? So, Beazu, nice one. I think I got that right. Well, there we go. Nice shutdown there. Here we go. Yeah, I was just about to go to get something to eat. Never. Teddy bears. If I can just take this opportunity to thank everyone for today, members and fans of the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you all so much. A good couple of days here at Coningsby, Ted's home, Ted HQ, and a big shout out, of course, to all personnel, and not forgetting 17 Coningsby Air Training Corps, our future generation of air cadets. Bless you.
finish up, I think, for the day now. And we've just got a couple of guards marches to do before we finish up. And guards march to Jill D, thank you very much for 11 months membership. Guards march to you, thank you very much. Gary, have a nice cold pint on me. And Heather, oh thanks Gary. So have a nice pint on me in Heather, thank you very much. Guards march to you, thanks for the super. And Aaron R as well, thank you very much for your 14 months membership. 14 months, having a great time with the TCS. Well, I think that is it for us today. Ted and I have been up at the crack of dawn, literally, for both Monday and Tuesday, and then we can freshen up for tomorrow's show as well. And of course, we still got Thursday and Friday, and it looks like the weather is going to be on our side for the rest of the week. But you know how it can change. So I'm going to go and I'm going to treat myself to an early day. Why not? Because it's been great today. You know, our work is done here. So of course, lots of thank yous to everyone, to the Aeronautica Militare. Thank you very much for what you do. Thank you very much as well to the Luftwaffe. Thank you, German Air Force, and of course the Japan Air Self-Defense Force. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here on their 71-year historic flight as well. Absolutely amazing. Could not believe it. Really, really amazing. And of course our Royal Air Force and our Royal Air Force here at Coningsby. Thank you very much for all you do. Big shout out to all of them. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, and of course to all our viewers and members as well. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. Ted and I are going to have a little early one today, as it's been pretty good. Performance takeoffs and a right mix, like an air show. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, great pleasure. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator, and this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Ted, where the C2's gone, man? Where's our screensaver gone? It's gone. Hit the button, Teddy. It's time for lunch.
Oh, definitely is, aye. What, good day? Good day.
Good day for the first time here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me, and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.